You know, I always kind of forget that I turn the game audio down when I'm playing it on the side. Whoa. Just kind of telling me to speed things up, I guess. I'm gonna leave the game at 75%. 100% does still feel a little too loud in my ears. So, last time took a while. But we finally beat, what's the name? Olgaflow. So this time, it's time to do some side story stuff. Also, you may have noticed it, but it's Halloween! I think this is... I got confused for a bit, because I was wondering, like, wait, is this song for, like, PSO original or PSO2? And it's just that they use it in PSO2 currently for the event there, too. But yeah, it's Halloween. So, that song's playing in the lobby. Weird Night. That's the name of it. But anyways, so off-stream, afterwards, after beating Olgaflow, after taking hours to try and do that, because good lord, that's a tough fight. That's just a tough fight. It's a hell of a good one, but it's tough. Even switching to one-player mode, it's tough still. You still have some dodge this or die. But anyways, so it's Halloween, so there are some events, event quests and whatnot. Let's just see if... Also, off-stream, I did get a better Flowin' Sword. One that is pretty solid against machines. I got a better Saucer. I grinded up my Brave Knuckle by one. But yeah. Unfortunately today, we're not really going to be getting too much. Also, all quests require a Halloween cookie. I wonder what that could be. Okay, the single player only stuff here is just custom made. So hey, here's the neat thing. Tower. Run through the tower of the dome. I wonder what that could be. Maybe we'll find out. Oh, right. I do want to actually do something before I go into that, because I just remembered. So last time, I was thinking about how I actually kind of missed a bunch of messages, and I had a bunch of speculation that I was wondering if the game cleared up. So let's just quickly go into Central Control Area. Also, oh right, I evolved my mag again. Wait, or did I do that last time? I think I did it last time. So, I found a bunch more. I found a bunch more messages. So let's just read them quickly before going into anything. So, area structure. According to the analyzed data, the island is divided into 4 areas. Just give me a second, just opening Stream Manager on my phone. The jungle, mountain, and seaside areas don't seem to have any large facilities. I wonder if they were used as experimental sites or something. Located in the center of these three areas is the central control area, which controls the whole island. The tower in the central control area controls the entire island, but the entrance gate to the control tower is sealed off. The security for this gate is on an independent system. Looks like the tower's been locked down. For more mentions of this tower. It's obviously not somewhere we went, because we went underground and the tower is up. Wait. Just trying to see if we actually can see the tower from here. Yeah, it looks like you can kind of see the tower in the background there. Why is it so hard to try and focus on it right now? Yeah, you can see the tower in the background there. Photon camouflage. This new technology was developed by Pioneer 1. The camouflage won't make things completely invisible, but it'll not be detected by radar, so it makes things tricky. However, if you look real carefully, you can detect them with your naked eye. Also, it seems that some traps were developed using this technology, so be careful when walking around. And security sensors. This is all stuff we've kind of already known about, but yeah. Security sensors. These have been placed in various parts of the facility. They are designed only to warn intruders. That's what the data says anyway, but you never know, so be careful just in case. Not too much, but still. So we missed message log 2 when we were playing through. So let's actually just give a read-through of the whole thing in order. I'm not sure who will be listening to this message, but this message will explain the truth about the planet Ragol. My name is Flowen, Heathcliff Flowen, Deputy Commander of the Pioneer 1 military forces. Our mission, migration to the planet Ragol, was going well. The environment of our homeworld, Coral, was deteriorating rapidly. Pioneer Project was launched to search for a new home. We arrived on Ragol. We began investigating its suitability to support life. We then began readying the planet for habilitation. But selecting this planet was a mistake. Now, that may have been the plan all along. Ragol. We've awoken it. It was way beyond what we could handle. It was not meant to be discovered. This cursed inheritance from the past. First time I encountered it, that was when we were well into the excavation process of the ancient spaceship. We were researching the remains of an ancient civilization on Ragol. Find technology that could help advance our science. That was our mission. At least, I was led to believe that was our mission. While terraforming and construction of the central dome proceeded, on the surface, the excavation project continued in secret. No one could have imagined the huge project going on right under them. After long hours of hard labor, the excavation team finally made it into the interior of the ancient spaceship. But the celebration ended shortly after. We encountered it. Everyone on the excavation team died. No one has ever made it back from the ancient spaceship since then. We're finally able to confirm the existence of a hostile life form. With this knowledge, we created an attack plan to remove the creature. I'll never forget. It crawled up from a vast abyss of darkness. It appeared to be mutating as it moved towards us. It looked like its body was cycling through the stages of life and death. The force under my command was completely demolished. I managed to escape, but I was badly injured. My wounds moved, as if they were somehow alive. I almost believed that my wounds were consuming my body to take control. So yeah, that's the one we missed. So let's just finish the story, though, in order. E-type factor. That's what Osto said when he saw this wound. He could barely contain his glee at finding this unknown life form. Then he said to me, "Would you consider donating your body to the government, for the good of our people?" I thought, if my body could serve to build a better future for our people. So I agreed to accept the request, under certain conditions. Osto was overjoyed, and he said to me, "Your body will be the subject of an official government experiment." What he meant was, I have no say in what happened to my body. For all intents and purposes, my life was over. The government will send a message to your friends and family back home to announce your death. That's what he said. Even after accepting the fate of donating my body, I thought about it. The young girl who followed me to explore this unknown world. She always looked up to me as a hero, even though I was just an old man. What will she think about my death when she finds out? Everyone will eventually forget about me. My death was announced to the world and I was transferred here. Maybe that was the beginning of the end. This disaster. This decision I made to donate my body could trigger the chain reaction that will uncover the truth of this planet Ragol. I had no knowledge of this facility until I was brought here. I was transferred to this island far from the central dome, surface, and the seabed. This island is one giant laboratory. All of the top scientists from Pioneer 1 were there waiting for me. Dr. Osto, of course, and even Dr. Graves, the photon engineer. This was all part of their plan. Soon the experiments began on my body. I don't know the details, but the research seemed to span many areas. And from the look on Dr. Osto's face, the results were fairly positive. Then, I heard news of another sub-lifeform outbreak from the ancient ship. It was still alive. Now that I think about it, the concept of death doesn't apply to it. We just didn't understand. This is why the ancients have kept it sealed inside that spaceship, deep beneath the surface of this planet. Mysterious photons, an eternal life form. Now I can see why all the doctors were so excited. Yeah, those are the messages for a central control area that we never got. For seabed. Might actually take a bit of a walk into here to get to them. But it shouldn't be too long or too hard. Just simply because we're pretty hella geared up. Using this replica Flowen sword. Oh. I still love the way the Cenozoas just drop in. Yeah, all I have to do... It's unfortunate that the data pods that I have to look for are not easily accessed, but... Yeah, initiating search, no matches found. That's because I've accessed everything. I saw this. I saw this computer. It was like, for a moment, I became like, wait, did I miss one? Oh god. I did find out that the transcript for the entire game actually has been, like, recorded down, even for, like, even down to the specific events, like, that cause each change. PSO World is a pretty good resource for this game, still. The Ephinea server does have a bunch of differences, but PSO World, in terms of, like, cataloging so much about old-ass Phantasy Star Online specifically, pretty nice still. It's, yeah, they have the full transcript, they have... And it even mentions, like, okay, after this specific event, this is what causes these NPCs to change their dialogue. These NPCs will still have the same dialogue, stuff like that. Here we go. I'm probably only going to be reading the logs and analysis data and not actually, like, the dialogue between characters, because admittedly, once I start getting to the dialogue between characters, then a part of my brain wants to do voices, which I absolutely can't do. I can't do different intonations for each character, because I'd be way too nervous to do that, but just reading out the dialogue like this as a story, I'm okay with that. I say this now, but eventually I'm probably gonna just start reading everything out loud. So, all we had last time was Code Gamma. Code Alpha and Code Beta were still not accessible, but now we have Code Alpha, Code Beta, Olga, and bioweapons. Codes are assigned to each research project in the facility. Codes indicate time period in relation to the overall experiment. Code Alpha indicates projects started in the early stages of research. The level Alpha projects range from technology development to biological research. There's also a project to develop machines called Recon and Rico Box. These are miniature patrol and reconnaissance devices. Kind of cute. Oops, sorry. Let's see. You see, this is why I don't necessarily want to read out all the dialogue, because there's characters behind these. They may not necessarily, get that well. There's also a seabed version of the search and capture unit on the surface. Zootype and Zelotype. Same basic equipment, but these have a freezing device. Brr. Code Beta indicates projects started about midway through the experiment. We found 2 projects in the facility with level Beta test codes. We call them Domom and Domdarl. Mutant Lifeform, also known as Altered Beast. These creatures have really long arms, giving them long attack range, so you must be careful to keep your distance. The data also mentions more evolved ones with special abilities. There are many things still unknown about this creature, so be careful. Might as well read this. Code Gamma indicates projects begun on the final stages of the experiment. There are 3 projects with the level Gamma codes that we found in the records, that can also be found in the facility now. Interestingly enough, they're all decellular sub-lifeforms. That means the sub-lifeforms were created by researchers. I'll explain each of these types briefly. First, Deldeath. Its movement is very slow when in humanoid form. They change their body shape in order to move. They get dramatically faster when they transform, so be careful. Second, Morphos. Sub-lifeform that resembles a floating wall. Beware of its long-range laser attack. I've lost many reconnaissance devices to that attack. It's best to attack from its backside, where its armor is lighter. Third, Delbiter. 4-legged sub-lifeform, they are huge and ferocious. It has a tendency to charge towards a target at full speed. Please be careful not to get stepped on. Olga. Seabed facility has some terminals you don't see anywhere else. Those are Olga's terminals. It's one of the 3 autonomous AIs, which controlled experimental facilities developed by Pioneer 1. Actually, Cal here is another one of the 3 AI. It's quite amazing. His official name is Callus. Cal was a Pioneer 1 AI, but he was recovered and placed here in the lab. Olga and Cal have almost identical specs. You know, something really bothers me about that data analysis. At the end of Olga's operation record, it says, Olga AI core successfully implanted in test subject. Normal operative pattern confirmed. That's what it says. I wonder what happened to the main core. The experiment code is Gamma 119. Bioweapons. According to the analyzed data, the experiment expanded in many different directions. One of those was the development of bioweapons. This research was directed by Dr. Osto Heil. It appears that only 3 subjects produced results. We found some of the research data in the records. Those experiment codes are Beta 603, Beta 772, Gamma 119. The data from test code Beta 603 and the data from the giant beast you encountered on the cliffs of Galdival are identical. In other words, that giant creature was created by researchers. It was developed as an experiment in this facility. Let's look at the other 2. Beta 772 escaped, infiltrated ducts. Gamma 119 went out of control and was disposed of at the way station. Those are the details found in the records. So, if you remember, Beta 772, that's Dayrole. It escaped into the ducts, and that was in the mines that happened. And it then went wild, mutating things. So presumably the altered beasts that we are encountering here on Galdival have nothing to do with Dayrole. They're all made by the scientists. The mutated beasts in the caves are mutated because of Dayrole. But Gamma 119... So, Olga, the AI, was implanted into test subject Gamma 119, which went out of control, and then they proceeded to dispose of it. Well, who did we fight in the test subject disposal chamber? Olgaflow. So, yeah, my theory about Olgaflow being named as such because it has the AI Olga implemented into it was actually correct. It was a thing mentioned by the game. That was most likely how they were planning on controlling it at first. It also meant, but it ended up getting out of control, and before it got to be too big of a deal, they just tossed it down the shaft. At which point it continued to evolve and change and grow. Well, I say, but it's still Heathcliff flowing. Anyways, message log. There's something strange about the air flowing through the facility. It seems Osto's test subject has escaped. Rumor has that it's infiltrated the ducts in the tunnels. Once there, it injected the factor into native animals and vegetation. Oh, okay, so Derole did escape here specifically, causing mutations. The island's control AI has also been infiltrated. In the tunnels, not only are the creatures mutating, but the affected machinery is going out of control. Oh wait, this was in the mines that this was happening. This was that specifically. It's only a matter of time until Central Dome is affected. Yet, despite it all, Osto is preparing to begin the final stage of his experiment. Escaped subject and artificial life forms in the seabed's cage. They were all only part of the experimental phase. Or maybe it did escape here and then got to Central Dome. I don't know. Everything is going as planned. All this outrage will be forgotten when the experiment succeeds. They're planning to create the substance that makes the sub-life forms, with their own hands. There's one difference though. They're using a human core in hopes of being able to control it. In other words, they're trying to make controllable bioweapons based on it. What could the outcome possibly be? Basing their experiment on something I know they cannot control, let alone even understand. How could Dr. Osto even think of creating an experiment like this? No. Must have a good reason for trying this. Must. Pioneer 2, carrying the remaining refugees, is approaching Ragol. Been betrayed by the government. One condition I asked in exchange for donating my body for the experiment was to send a message to the government on Coral, the homeworld. The message was, suspend the migration to the planet Ragol. I should have known the message would never be sent. The people of Pioneer 2 will soon land without any knowledge of our current situation. I've heard there have been assassinations within the military. Probably the work of those bloodthirsty dogs. Deputy Commander. My blindness led to the deaths of my men. I realized too late how deep the roots of the problem lay. Pioneer Planet itself. That's where it all began. But it's too late now. No one can stop this insanity. I will no longer be myself in a matter of time. I hear footsteps. Someone is coming to get me. I have no will left to fight. My body is weak. Fading away. Explosion. Born from the abyss. Crew from Pioneer 1. I could see them being engulfed. I could see it all from here. I was already overpowered. Searching for... I saw my thoughts. Something to serve as a focus. It wanted to evolve. Why? Left only that. No. Not her. Not that girl. Please. Stop. No. It would stop. For all things. Be... Jill. And then message log 4. I am powerless, yet I have everything. In this dark abyss, I wait. for the savior of the red captive child. My destruction. At the bottom of deep abyss. I wait. Wait. Cliff. Flow. So yeah, those are the remaining messages of Heathcliff Flowen. Due to his connection to Dark Falz, he was able to, like, through the D-cells and his own surmounting power through basically becoming a second Dark Falz. That's kind of what they did. He's not possessed by Dark Falz, but he kind of mutated and, like, out of control into an additional kind of secondary one made by people. And kind of the idea is also that, he grew out of control, began rampaging, trying to kill everything. As, you know, a Dark Falz clone is wont to do. But he could, like, his mind is still sort of there, but fragmented. Kind of only knows how to fight, and is sending out these messages in hopes that because he can see what's happening with Dark Falz, he saw Dark Falz get defeated by us. So he's hoping that because of that, that we'll come to defeat him too, and free him. Because, you know, after we beat him, his soul left. His soul was freed and whatnot. But, yeah. So basically, he's using the Olga AI core that's implanted in him, once again, for the purpose of hoping to control him, to make these communications. And he is called Olga Flow because he's a combination of Heathcliff Flowen, Flow, and the AI Olga. But yeah, a lot of questions kind of answered. He could see explicitly and even, like, sense what Dark Falz was intending. So we now know that Dark Falz explicitly left Red Ring Rico alive. The reason why she was the only one to survive is because it left her. I believe that's what was implied there. It could be more explicitly like that she was, like, off planet for a moment. But yeah, basically it left her intending for her to reach it. But anyways, with that, nice bit of story there. Let's do the side stories. We got two of these, Seed of the Heart and Blue Star Memories. Seed of the Heart is by Ellie Person, who is, you know, a character that, she's the operator who's been transmitted, like, reading all those messages essentially to us and been playing them back for us. She's the one who's been giving her input on stuff like the data analysis. Also, by the way, I do want to mention that upon receiving those messages, even in the original version, you did actually have that brief disconnect and then get contacted like, hey, those messages that you just got, those were explicitly sent just now for the last two, the fragmented ones. That still happens in the original GameCube version. That's not just a government quest thing. And that is a moment which changes NPC dialogue for the ship here. But yeah, so let's do something for Ellie Person. Oh, this is a big download. God, I'm in the habit of reading already, and I'm not gonna read the character dialogue. I'm gonna state it right now. I'll read it in my head to just get a sense of timing for it, okay? So yeah, it's pretty obvious that Ellie was talking about a friend, you know? A friend that she really needs help, really needs to make sure passes this exam so that she can go and, you know, so that, you know, she can, her friend, I mean, can get Galdeval Island. You know? Yeah. It is, by the way, it's neat that Ellie is following us with a unique character model. That's actually the most impressive thing happening right now. The fact that she has an outright unique NPC-only character model. Three IDs given, must have 3 IDs, and 1 ID is given to each team. That's... So yeah, it was fairly obvious that it was Ellie this whole time. Oh hey, Ash! He's using stag cutlery this time. You know, Ellie, I do hope that you help. It would feel weird if you succeeded entirely on only my merits. Yeah, this is a single person, so we're a little strong. Like, even more so than when we first did this, because admittedly VR Temple is very much super easy, even when you're intended to get to it for the first time. So yeah, kind of highlighting that if we want to get... We need to get 3 IDs, so... We have to use any means necessary to get them. Hey, wait. Can you help? Can you help? No? Yeah, I know I'm your bodyguard ostensibly, but it would help if, you know, you assisted. Okay, I wasn't actually caught by that thing, in spite of how it looked. It was weirdly stuck in its wall. Hey, El, what are you doing? You panicking? Like I said, I think maybe you shouldn't get in just based off of my merits alone. I think that's actually kind of dangerous. Oh yeah, by the way, it's generic Rawcast, which we haven't seen in the entire game. It's one of the only like character classes that hasn't had like a name to it that was in the original release, and it just kind of been used like Rawcasts have just kind of been used as normal robots. And also it's Romaro, which was added in episode 2. Which is why it didn't have like a name to it. Same with Hugh Cassile and Fomar. Okay, Gilliam is the name of the generic Rawcast. I do like that we're getting updates. Oh. I do like the structure of this so far, how story-focused it is. The fact that it's admittedly largely cutscenes actually is appealing to me. If I'm gonna go through VR Temple again, it better have story for it. I've got a feeling I know who that is supposed to be. I'm not gonna say it, but it's that whole thing of like, well, I should say it now because then I can say I called it and that I'm good at reading how these narratives play out. but I also don't want to say it just in case, you know, spoilers. I'll say it. I'm pretty sure that's Callus inserting himself into this. Because he's worried about Ellie. It could be something else, but I think that's what it's gonna be revealed to be. Because he's a super advanced AI that can interact with the system and whatnot. And would have an easy time hacking himself in as a super character. He's just kind of whoever it is airstriking everybody, but yeah. I like the effect for when they, like, zoop out. Ow. Okay, so periodically those airstrikes will happen. I would note that it didn't hurt Ellie, but I'm pretty sure that's just a mechanical thing that NPCs cannot be hurt by any sort of trap. Alright, I picked up a frame. It's so meager that it's not even worth selling. Damn it. I picked up another frame. This is a formation that we haven't seen. Then again, I haven't done VR Temple before enough to see more than like one or two variations of it. Each time I've done it, I've kind of wanted to speed through it and whatnot. By the way, I did get confirmation that parts of this track are from Phantasy Star 1's dungeon theme. I think there's a bit of there might be a bit of Phantasy Star 2 in this one, specifically, but VR Spaceship is where there's a lot more references. Stop that. Did you just... Did a moth just... Oh no, it's one of these things. For a second, a moth. For a second I thought it was like a mosquito just knocked her on her ass. Just like furthering me going like, you probably shouldn't be doing this. You're gonna get certification for a thing you could not handle. Oh, hey, it's Ash and Bernie. Which, if you remember correctly, Bernie is dead at the end of the Zoke questline. Because it turns out that everything he was doing was just for his friend Zoke. Okay, I mentioned that it is explicitly Ash. I am wondering who that is supposed to be. It might be somebody completely unrelated to who I'm thinking about. It might not be Callus entirely, just that it's... like... Oh, I think I know what it is. Okay, she's thinking it might be Callus. But I'm thinking another possibility is that it might be something from... Whoa! That's a fun effect. I'm thinking it might be something to do with the tower, because I know that we have to go there eventually. I think Seed of the Heart is explicitly to do with that, I think. I know Seed of the Heart is a pretty long side quest that involves a lot of areas. Well, whatever the side quest that has us go into the tower is very long. It's kind of why I didn't do it alongside finishing off the Olga Flow stuff last time. Alright, I can just Zonda through walls. Oh, there we go. Hopefully Ellie will teleport to me. Nope. I actually do have to go get her, okay. So it is explicitly the way that this sort of trigger system works. It does require the NPC to reach that location, rather than it being you to reach the location. Will say, I think Ellie has leveled up since the last time we did, like, see her in episode 1. I think she was explicitly a very low level in that. She might have been, like, level 10. And yeah, here's gonna be a cutscene explaining why the next area we go to is like... Wait, wasn't the previous one white hair, red eyes? Not yellow hair, like blonde hair, blue eyes? Yes, it is. So from what I remember seeing, the spaceship does have parts of the Phantasy Star 2 dungeon theme in it. And it definitely has parts of the, like, the battle theme for it has parts from Phantasy Star 2's battle theme. I will say, loading up Phantasy Star 2 on the Genesis, God, its music is so Genesis. In both a good way and a bad way. The battle theme's really good, but, like, the generic town music, for example, is just, ooh boy. There, that's my one line. You guys don't know how high of a level I am. Ellie has an incredibly strong friend she asked to help her. Yeah, we just need to defeat another team. Oh, hey. Hi, Cal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one... Okay, so there's 2 of these. One is blonde with blue eyes, one is white hair with red eyes. Fuck it. Break the computer. Of course, Ellie, the girl who has the hots for a computer, would feel bad. But look at her. Look at how far she's come. She's just a girl who got involved in all this mess because, once again, she has the hots for an AI. She has the hots for robots in general, so it's like, look at how far she's come. Oh hey, it's our 3rd ID. Oh hey, Ellie's standing on the crusher. Okay, Ellie standing on the crusher didn't mean anything. I guess I'll go find it and hit it. Ow. By the way, me talking about Phantasy Star 2, yeah, I've kind of resigned my fate that, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to play the classic Phantasy Stars on stream, aren't I? I'll be playing the PS2 remake of Phantasy Star 2, though. The Genesis one is just a touch too old school for me. As someone with no real attachments to it. Like, I have attachments to Final Fantasy so I can play the NES ones, and also, like, Final Fantasy is admittedly for, like, a NES JRPG pretty well, like, polished. It's a step above, like, the competition in that regard. No, why would I? You die in the game, you die in real life. I thought I selected the option to hand him it, but I'm pretty sure he just went like... I'm pretty sure he just basically went like, actually, I'll fight you for this. Do we actually... I believe we will have to go find and trip a switch for this. Ugh. Or maybe we just have to walk up to it, and that'll be the thing to denote progress. Unless it's an additional route to get there. Ow. Fucking Dragon's Dogma in here with how many wolves there are. I've been dying to say that every single time I encountered a room that it's like 500 wolves. Yeah, and the other ID is going to be on the Ranger. Aha! I invincible through it. Okay. You see what this ranger doesn't expect. Ellie has an AI boyfriend. Okay, yeah, so the blonde one is Cal. I think Ellie is cheating on so many levels for this exam. She just went, let me just hire the strongest person I know who defeated an Elder God twice. Like two different ones. And also, I have a very protective AI boyfriend that can easily hack into this. You know, I don't really see what the whole issue is. Casts are a thing. You could probably just make an android body for Callus. Yep. Episode 1 and 2 are all done. Well, I'm now doing just, like, the 2 side stories for episode 2. Come on. I thought they got rid of all of those. Oh, Gold Dragon fight. It would be much easier than the time we initially did it. Much better weapons, and also a higher level, and also set to one-player mode. The things aren't statted up as high. Spells in general don't seem to be doing too much. Honestly, I can just kind of ignore the... I can just kind of ignore that it's adding in additional spawns. Oh, I actually need to keep Ellie alive, though. There we go. Oh my god, they're so powerful. They're killing the frame rate. So yeah, now after doing the VR, we actually also have to do a run of Central Control Area. This is a very long side mission. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the other teams that passed were probably the team that Ash was on and the team that had the Rawcast and Rumarl on it. Just because they had the generic designs. This is such a long quest, it gives you a halfway point. This is why there's only 2 side missions in all of episode 2. Because one of them is all of episode 2. Okay, I don't know if we do actually have to do all of Central Control Island, if all of the 3 areas, or if we can just progress straight to the end. think my responses might inform, like, me getting an item or something. But I think I remember hearing... I think this might be, like slightly tied to the normal route of the Black Hound stuff, the stuff with Kurik and Sue. Like, basically, I believe this is the route that follows. Like, this is tied to the route that follows telling Sue your name, basically. I think based around your responses here, combined with your responses, that stuff might determine if you get an item, I think. I know there is a reward that you only get in episode 2 by going to tell Sue your name route. I'll pick up the Brave Barrier just to sell it. Whoop. So what Cal is saying is kinda reminiscent of what happened when he was being hacked by Dark Falz, and what we know about Volopt, which was that when being hacked by Dark Falz, he started to have a mindset that he needed to create a biological body for himself for some reason, because of Dark Falz trying to possess him, and that's what Volopt did. Well, what Volopt was trying to do was trying to make itself an actual body. Well, I guess. That was a lot of story happening there. Just info that Callus was, the AI was completed within Central Tower. Presumably, Central Tower was, you know, a portion of Pioneer 2 that they placed here. Well, Pioneer 1. And also the mentions of, you know, quote-unquote all caps mother, making me think of Phantasy Star 2, and how they keep the usual, basically the usual Phantasy Star progression of, well, you beat Dark Falz, so here's Mother Brain. Because that's basically Phantasy Star 1 to 2. Yeah, Mother Brain, that's kind of like a villain, Phantasy Star villain boss. Does pop up a bunch in every Phantasy Star thing afterwards. Whoop. Guess I should Soul Atomizer. Not rely on Panic to eventually swing me around to the correct location. Even when it's invisible, Zeo still targets it properly. Basic shotgun still sells for an okay amount of Meseta. Still sells for a, this is worth a die made amount of Meseta. Oh. Things that unequip me. There we go. Now for more cutscene. But not much more, just the rocks blew up. Now you can head back. Pretty sure the government quest that had the whole, like, boat ride, like, platform ride sequence probably came from this. Which, well, I'm a lot more geared up this time, so should be pretty reasonable now. Okay, new theme. Oh, this is from the ending of PSO Episode 1. This is after you beat Dark Falz. Kind of want to see if I can just let this play and if it'll go into the vocals. There's supposed to be vocals to that track. Similar to how after beating Olga Flow, you get vocals for that. That'd be waiting way too long. Just waiting here. Okay, no platform riding. We just go into the tower. So hey, it's the tower. It is the last new area of episode 2. Okay, so I have to figure out which of these is correct. The question is, what do I do to do that? Well, that one's on the left. That red light, so the locked part is on the left, so I'm gonna guess it's the left one? Nope. Okay, it was the middle one. Wonder if there is any tell signs. Yeah, we are now on floor 2. So the tower is different in structure from everything else. It is you going up repeated floors. Oh, here's a new thing. Del Lily. I think a Del Lily is a rare enemy, I think. Oh, that wasn't it. We'll pick up a resist dark. So, God, this mission has so far been like pretty much most of the stream time. So, like, I don't think I spent too long reading the messages that I missed out on. Oh, you can just break the you can just target the computers and break them. Oh. I think he's stuck. I think he's going wild. I'm guessing if you break all the computers, breaking them forces security forces like a security alarm to go off, but okay. Damn. Well, I have a save point. Well, do I continue from that save point? So that was another new enemy type, the Ilgils. Please. Now I know why this is such a long download for this quest, because this quest is forever. And yeah, the biggest danger is... Please, please, please be at... Okay, good. Where I saved last. So I'm gonna have to redo a decent chunk of it, but... just speed through some text. A hell of a lot of it. Yeah, those raft rides popped up in the government quest. And those were a lot to do. I do believe that the Ailgales are actually explicitly like unique to the tower. The tower is like largely a collection of everything in episode 2. Like all the new enemies in episode 2 generally pop up there, but it also has a couple of its own. Del Lilies, if they aren't just a rare form of if they aren't just a rare form of the, like, Lily enemy, then they're definitely tower exclusive. And Ilgils, from what I recall, are actually, like, probably, like, the most dangerous parts of the tower. just noticed that I actually can't use my telepipes. I cannot head back to restock on items. Ooh, HP material. I'm just gonna very quickly check a thing. Side. Okay, so I did not complete all the choices correctly to get the Ragol ring. Because if I did, Sue and Karik would have appeared basically before I could have even done anything here. So I'm gonna have to do that stuff on my own eventually. Key thing for what you end up getting if you do that properly is, as mentioned, Sue and Karik will pop up like right after you've left for the start of the VR part of it, and they'll just show up, just kind of like signal that you did the stuff in episode 1 correctly. And then after you've made the 7th choice in this quest, then, like, the 7th dialogue option, then Karik will pop up, and he will take over for Ellie. He will take Ellie's place. And help you through the rest of it, which actually makes the rest of this mission a lot easier. Because, as an example, it says on very hard, he's level 147. On ultimate, he's level 199. So on ultimate, Karik as an NPC assisting you is 1 level below the level cap. Yeah, man, Seed of the Heart is forever. Okay, I'm just checking something again. Just checking how many floors there are. There's 6, okay. So it's not like it's gonna take too long to do this, the tower part of this. Ow. Artisan +1 might give decent money for it. While looking at a guide for this quest specifically, though, just to get an idea of the maps for it and how long the tower section would be, I did see a horrifying phrase, which was, note, Del Lily will spit out Megid on any difficulty setting. So Del Lily on every difficulty setting will shoot an instant death projectile at you. So, that's terrifying, mainly because of keeping Ellie alive. I don't know if the Ilgils have a chance of instant death either, or if they're just huge damage. They might be instant death, like, on some of their attacks. Maybe. By the way, I gotta say, after having played so much, Blue Burst, it is a weird feeling to be both, like, almost excited that I'm able to move on to other games very soon. Like, tomorrow should be the start of episode 3. Which is a separate game entirely. But, like, I'm excited for that, not because of, like, oh man, episode 3 is such a fun game. I'm excited for that purely because of the story, but it's weird to be like that when it's like, oh, I know Blue Burst is a much more fun thing. If I wanted to keep enjoying just playing Blue Burst, I could just continue on into episode 4 first. But like, it's this whole thing of, I've played so much Blue Burst on stream that I kind of just want to start moving towards the rest of the franchise. Even though I still do want to play more Blue Burst as well. Oh, I just noticed my damage. They unequip me. Yeah. Like, there's a part of me that's thinking about stuff that happens in, like, Ambition of the Illuminous, like the Phantasy Star Universe expansion, and there's just, like, it's nowhere near as good as Blue Burst, and I'm not gonna be spending anywhere near as much time even off-stream doing stuff for that. Meanwhile, with this, I'm still playing the game off-stream, but, like, at the same time, there's just, I want to get to showing that stuff off. I also did do a basic check to make sure that, like, I did check playing the single-player offline stuff on the PS2 version of Ambition of the Illuminous to, like, see, like, okay, how does this run and whatnot on an emulator and figure out all that stuff. Which, it works. It works perfectly fine. And big thing is just, like, it'll be fun after beating the universe's story mode, which is considered episode 1, to be able to cover episode 2, which is the online stuff. Just the fact that they had the bright idea for the PS2 disc version of Ambition of the Illuminous to just pack all of episode 2 onto there for the offline mode for that. So just, yeah, there is a form of the online story for universe that survived the servers dying. So that does mean that episode 3, and I think actually it got up to episode 4 for the online story stuff, still are just lost forever. Though admittedly, I think most of episode 4 was still untranslated. Okay, I'm gonna go with the guide that tells me which are the correct computers. Just because it makes less enemies spawn, and that's just kind of all it is. Saves you some hassle in an extremely long quest, and an extremely long quest in which you have to escort somebody. I should switch to the Brave Knuckle so I don't hit that computer. Whoop. I should switch to the railgun so I don't fry that computer with magic as well. So I believe with Tariq, you can't do the whole, like, easy way through this. That if Tariq is here, you have to break all the computers to continue and spawn all the enemies. Here's floor 3. I believe here's where the Ilgils will spawn. But I think that they are specific to the security measures here. Okay, so that's first. This second says use the third computer. Ellie? There you go. Floor 4 is the first computer. Oh, that was not the first computer. And yeah, here are some Ilgils. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Dear God. So, yeah. I was correct in going, you know what? I should just ignore trying to get into encounters here and skip all of them via just getting things correct. Because, damn. Do this again. Well, let's actually also look up info on Ilgil's. Ilgil. Scythe attack is dark based. Okay, it is explicitly doing an instant kill with its Scythe attacks. Okay, and yeah, Delily and Ilgil are the unique enemies for the control tower. Probably should have stocked up on Dimates before coming into here, huh? Whatever, if I'm gonna be skipping most of the combat, Trying to look up stuff on Ilgil in the background. Most of the strategies for dealing with Ilgil are, please, for the love of God, never get close to it. Okay, so a Gibble only blocks twice. They aren't like a Del Saber with their blocking. They do that block animation twice, and then they start to swing. And if I'm close enough, the swing will just miss me. I only have one soul atomizer left. I'm just gonna wait this out. I'm not really much of a threat by these things. Yep. Thankfully, the Sinnoh Spiegel, its a lunge doesn't unequip you. I'm just gonna find whatever's trying to hit me with Zio. Wait, Zio. Fonda. So back into the tower. I'm being very cautious about what computers I'm interacting with. Maybe one of these will have healing? Nope. Okay, and this one is the last computer in the room. I'm just gonna run directly to the end. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. No, no. Okay. The first computer, which is in here, in this corner. This is the actual first computer. And with this room, it's the fourth computer, which... I just had to cite the map to see how many computers there were and where they are. Because, once again, there's one right there. So, that's one. These, it's like 2, 3... 4? Let me just see the map. Oh, tricky. That's not 4. This is 4. Opening these in the vain hopes of getting any healing items from them. Well, here's floor 6. Oh. Only in the seaside area. Doesn't seem like we get the boss fight that's normally at the end of the tower. Oh, it's seaside area at night. From what I understand, basically, based around how you handle the computer stuff, that's kind of what determines what you get at the end if you have to do a fight. And how big of a fight you have to do. So, like, from what I saw, if you break every computer, then you have to fight the boss of the tower. If you break only a couple computers, you have to fight a couple of Ilgils. Or if, like, you get an incorrect answer here and there. Did I just walk in a circle? I will say I was surprised that the mother system was not mother brain, as in a boss fight. Okay, this theme, which played when we finished the Burning Rangers quest. Gonna follow her for a second, just in case there's any extra story stuff behind here. Or if she's just gonna walk through geometry, that's also worth seeing. Oh. Okay, there is more story stuff. Aw. Oh. Gonna go ask around just to make sure that there isn't any like additional little story thing. Yeah, I can see why this has its own little, like, staff make it, because this was a very long and involved story-focused quest. Oh. Also, kind of leaving it open to interpretation of... Well, not even interpretation. Oh, right, I have an HP material. But kind of just leaving it open to you guessing if Cal did succeed at becoming human. Only 5. I'll sell it. I'd be able to get much better even on normal runs of places. Yeah, that was Seed of the Heart. As mentioned, if I did... There is technically a different route for it, where you can get Karik to join you, and you get the... Rago ring for it. Which... from what I understand, that just functions as an equipable... scape doll. You do use scape dolls before you use the Rago ring, but yeah. Anyways, now for Blue Star Memories. The only other side story in episode 2. This is a long download too. Is this going to be an especially long one? Oh, this one... I think I recognize these. Yeah, this is the prologue to episode 3. Okay. Well, this is a good thing to... do last, then. Yeah, I recognize this design, sort of. It's a short version of it. Yeah, this is one of the characters that pops up in episode 3, just young. Okay, so this is a ostensibly a babysitting quest. Oh. They both have training weapons on them. Just checking for any info on how long this quest might be as well. It probably won't be anywhere near as long as Seed of the Heart. And of course, I can't find anything for it. I don't respect anyone stronger than myself. I look at my level and theirs. I said that wrong, but I don't respect anyone who isn't stronger than me. That's what you said, basically. But I don't know, I thought that wall was a door. Wait, and that's the way we came from. Give me a second again. Looks like this quest is going to be just a run through all of the VR stuff. There's also kind of an acknowledgement that the whole stuff with this being 10 years after the events of PSO Normal, and that, yeah, Ragdoll has actually, like, a lot of the monsters on Ragdoll have settled down, actually, because of the actual proper defeat of Dark Falz. The actual proper defeat of Dark Falz is something that is going to be brought up in episode 3 for what it means properly. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we're going to be doing a bunch of different little sections. I love that Zonda can just shoot through walls effectively, because it just spawns over the enemy. There we go. Yeah, Rough Boy doesn't, even though it does spawn just on top of the enemy. There's a poison room that just causes continual damage. That's good to run into. It's not poison, it's heat. I wonder if the explosion effect from the... I think the explosion effect from Rafoy doesn't hit... Well, that hits through walls. Okay, so take a quick look at the map. The bottom right there seems like it might be it. Up to the hot room again. Pretty sure the heat by itself, yeah. This, yeah, this isn't breakable. Pretty sure the heat by itself knocked me down there, though. Okay, yeah. Rafoy seems to partially hit through walls, so maybe. I don't know if there's actually a ranking system behind that or not. It wouldn't surprise me if there is, but it also wouldn't surprise me if there isn't. Retry me. The console is wanting me to know that I can target Orland. So, there. Okay, that's stage 3. I don't know if we were doing stage 1 to get here. Okay, I think stage 1 is right over here then, if it's not the one we've already done. Okay, yeah, this is stage 1. This one's just gonna be enemy rush, as the name implies. Should admittedly go pretty quickly. It's a very long time for Amonis to die. Oh. You know, thinking about it, with the Hildebears there, I will say I do appreciate that a giant ape in Phantasy Star, they do keep it that a giant ape is called a bear. The giant, like, ape boss fight in Phantasy Star Online 2, that thing's called a rock bear. Even though, once again, it's clearly a giant gorilla. Similar to how the Hildebear is clearly a gorilla. Ooh, free mine material. Next is stage 3, then stage 4. I'm gonna guess darkness is just nothing but dark areas. VR spaceship. Yeah, and it's gonna be nothing but dark areas. Okay, so that's it. Lights go out unless somebody is standing on that switch. Honestly, this is probably the weakest of the gimmicks. Because darkness isn't that big of a deal. It's kind of annoying, but... eh. Oh, my cat just attacked my couch. I will say, at the very least, this has been good for allowing me to restock on soul atomizers. Oh, mono grinder. This has been good for allowing me to pet my cat while I'm playing. Now my cat desires blood. He's trying to fight me. Just had to splash a tiny droplet of water on him. Try to heal you. And next up will be stage 4. though, basically just a little acknowledgement that because of this being a 4-player game, that it's explicitly that 4 people were the ones who took down Dark Falz and Olga Flow. So, stage 4 Crimson. Boss fight against Barbaray. It's gonna be pretty easy. Okay, I'm gonna switch to Mind Saucer. I'm gonna try and take out these pig rays as they pop up. The flowing sword. I like that they're all, the pig rays are so low level that, like, I just block every single one of them. And there we go. Barbaray done. There. There's something for me to interact with here. Okay. I just have to talk to him enough times. I did waste time because of how long I took to realize that I had to talk to Orland a couple times. the goal now is just look around for break. Okay. I just have to find the portal to that upper level there. Here we go. Oh. Make sure Orland's actually following me. Not stuck on a wall. And here we go. Well, time for a fight against Gold Dragon again. Despite the overflowing VR data. As with usual, the biggest worry here is just that both of them might die. They seem to be pretty good about healing themselves consistently, though. I don't know if that actually runs out. Whoop. Oh, get back here so I can... There we go. Break constantly moving out of healing range. Okay, so the game actually does acknowledge that the player character would be the person who beat Dark Falz and whatnot. I like the music just suddenly coming back in loud. I extremely doubt these two will become as strong as me for the simple reason of, in the next game, they are NPCs. So I guess I do have to do episode 3 next. I was thinking, you know, maybe I could just keep doing episode 4, but no, doing the side stories just directly leads into episode 3. So yeah, Break and Orland are two major characters in episode 3. And it's pretty much just that. They're kind of like the two main characters of it. And as you might guess, from the whole Break and Orland, like, it said that, like, Orland was working for the government, and Break was, like, suddenly went missing, and then there's this group called Arcs that popped up that were causing quote-unquote trouble. Episode 3's entire thing is you pick between which side you want to play, hero side or Arc side, and you do have to play through both to get the ending to the game. So yeah. So, at the very least, from what I remember, episode 3 isn't actually too long, even doing both sides. So it shouldn't be too much of a break till we get back to episode 4. But still, I'm actually kind of surprised that there was a lead-in made for episode 3 in this. It is a card game. It is completely different, but still. But anyways, so the reason why I went back to episode 1, though, is because I do want to demonstrate something. A couple of things, specifically. So now that we've finished basically all the major story content for episode 2, and for episode 1, let's just do a little side thing. So yeah, this is Towards the Future, which is just... it's basically a compact version of... What do you have to say? But, oh hey, this place is decked out for Halloween as well. Yeah, Towards the Future is basically just a compact version of episode 1. I will say, I'm already forgetting its name. Take a second, try and think. Seed of the Heart. I actually think that was a pretty great way to cap off episode 2. A really long and involved quest. It finishes off like a bit of a quest line that you had from episode 1. It just ends on a nice note for things. Blue Star Memories is just... it's okay as a way of leading into episode 3. So yeah, admittedly, because of the Brave Knuckles, we are incredibly strong for this. But, as mentioned, Towards the Future is just a, like, very quick, compact version of each area. Just starting us with just a lot of enemies right at the end of each, different location for episode 1. There is an episode 2 version of this. I forget its name though. But the big key behind these are they are the fastest way to, like, grind some bosses. This little computer here, there's a silly thing involving that. If you have two characters with opposite gender and access that computer, you get put onto a separate little sub-trial that is a compatibility test between the two characters. And doing all of, like, succeeding at that, getting the max rank, where basically to rank up for your increased compatibility and whatnot, the two characters have to actively be close to each other throughout the entire quest. I think it also, I think you might also have to have a party of 4 for that. Your reward for succeeding at it is that you get a special item, special accessory unit, that its effect increases based around however many people in your party are using that unit and how close they are to each other. Over here. It's a silly thing. It is potentially very strong, but it's admittedly very finicky in terms of the ranges that it works, to the point to where it's like, you need a lot of coordination for this thing. Like, even just outside having everybody wearing it in your party, you need coordination to even make use of it in the first place once everybody's wearing it. So yeah, already at Dragon. This is an incredibly fast way to fight Dragon. And I believe it should be the same drops that he normally has. Also, yeah, one heavy hit, knockdown already. Hey, here's a fun thing. Dragon has to go into his second phase. You cannot kill it in one knockdown. It just stops taking damage after a bit. That is the absolute lowest that its health can go, like, in one knockdown. In first knockdown. But as soon as that first knockdown is over, then you can kill it. Hey, level 50. And it only dropped to Foy level 8. I'll just see everything it dropped, though. Just a lot of stuff that's good for selling, at least. I say at least, but it's pretty nothing at this point. And yeah, that's basically the whole point of Towards the Future, is it's just very fast to run through each area, with a focus on just being kind of more of a boss rush. I'm just gonna, I'm not actually gonna go through all of Towards the Future. I'm just gonna stick around to demonstrate one more little thing about it. Well, not even about it, but about the enemies in the mines. It's a more a fun thing that I learned on my own. Oh, thanks, Windows. So, backups. Turns out they just actually have extraordinarily high defense when they're combined. And if you have enough damage, you can hit them with physical attacks when they are combined. That's pretty decent to get, but not what I want, though. Wait, no, I don't want to equip that. I was for some reason thinking that I could use that like the normal menu and just drop it, but I do want to have a resist eagle for right now. Anyways. Actual thing that I wanted to do. Well, think about it actually. I wonder how long the Halloween... Well, no, the Halloween quest is just a turn-in thing. Where you... Where you just turn in the Halloween cookies that you get. Because... I'm surprised that it hasn't happened, but Halloween cookies can drop because of the current event. I might as well use my grinders on the Flowing Sword. And also, I should open up my materials document. Now, 12 mine materials used. So unfortunately, don't have exactly what I was hoping they would drop in there. Also, I'll deposit the resist evil for if I ever need to crank up my dark defense. Let's grab that Halloween cookie out of my bank. Why am I forgetting words right now? And here's the fun of Phantasy Star Online, eventually seeing this storage just fill up with nothing but yellow. But as mentioned, towards the future isn't what I'm gonna do right now. I do want to have a bit longer of a run to finish this off on. Ooh. Nope, not ultimate. I don't think difficulty matters if I'm doing the Halloween thing. I'm just gonna quickly check this myself on stream. Halloween. That's different. Let's go with Halloween Battlefield Forest. Oh. Well. Oh. I see. Okay, so yeah, you use a Halloween cookie and you go into a quest with 300% experience and 150% drop rate and rare rate. For episode 1 at least. I think episode 2's might be different. I'm more surprised by the black and white filter over this. Wait, is this... I'm gonna have to listen to this music for a bit longer. This sounds like Persona music. This is from Persona 4. You recognize the motifs used. Forget which part of Persona 4, though. But this is just a fun little thing that the devs of this server did. This might be the music for the extra dungeon in Persona 4 Golden. Oh hey, I can't see it, but rare drop. I can't tell just from looking at it, but I can tell from hearing it. But no, I think this is, yeah, I think this is the dungeon music for the extra dungeon in Persona 4 Golden. Maybe. Persona 4 Golden, aka the only game I own on Vita. Which admittedly is partially because I don't have a Vita memory card, and that's the only game I was able to get a physical copy of. Which even then, like, because the initial release of the Vita was such a crash fire from Sony, they still required you to have a memory card because the internal storage wasn't enough for anything. Even though you're playing a game physically, you needed a memory card to save anything. And it was only a later revision that they added like a gigabyte of internal storage, just so you didn't need to have a memory card to play physical games. I say this now and then, like, now I'm thinking about the Vita in context of, like, Phantasy Star and how there was, like, oh hey, evade material and another rare. How there was, like, the PSO2 spin-off, Phantasy Star Nova. I wonder how long this goes on. I'm guessing it's just absolute shitload of enemies, and that's kind of the whole point of it. Oh, yet another rare. It's probably gonna be. It's probably just gonna be a flowing sword from all these. Let's just try and see if I can locate it. There's probably just gonna be a flowing sword from all of these. Let's just see. Yeah, I can equip them. Flowing sword. Flowing sword. Flowing sword, yeah. So hey, it's just more rolls for, like, maybe better attributes on them. But I'm gonna be fast out. I'm gonna be pretty quickly replacing this, like, as soon as I get a better sword anyways, because starting to be able to, like, go into very hard. I admittedly don't know yet. I'd have to look it up. But, like, at the very least, probably just, like, I forget the name of it, but it's, like, it might be the Dragon Slayer. It's one that drops from, Dragon. pretty easy one to get. It might be better than the flowing sword. There's a whole ton of... The big thing is just that there's an absurd amount of just different swords in the game. Absurd amount of rares for them. It's probably the most common... it's probably the most common weapon type to have rares for it. So admittedly, like, part of the reason why I say, like, if that sword is better than the flowing sword, then yeah, I will most likely get it. Just because there's a couple weapons that I'm trying to grind for from Dragon as well. Like the Yamato, which is the dual swords. Oh, another flowing sword, I'm guessing. Yeah, I know. Oh. Yeah, that's the one I was holding. I can tell by just looking at these, like, yeah, same stats on all four. A great source of flowing swords to, I don't know, junk. I don't know what to do with all of them. They don't even sell for that much because they're rares. I should have done a different area. Admittedly, there are, like, other things that drop on hard for me from the forest stuff that I've been wanting to get. Like, I want to get the Photon Claw. I like that weapon type. It's one of my favorite weapons from for a long time. I do want to get the Booma Arm to turn that into a Booma Claw, just for the hell of it. Yeah, Photon Claw was my first rare as well, which is why I'm attached to it and want to get it in, like, every game it pops up in. Actually might have been it. I'm full on... my inventory is full, though. You know, if I had a sealed J-Sword, this would be, like, the perfect way to grind that out into the Sumikiri J-Sword. Yeah, with the music, I'm fairly certain this is from the Marie dungeon in Persona 4 Golden. I'm fairly certain it's not Fog. I know for a fact it's not Heaven. And I'm fairly certain it's not the Magatsu Mandala. Oh. God. Everything stopped spawning for a second so I can, like, empty out my inventory. I'm personally a big fan of Persona 4 from just how it plays. Like, I'm a big fan of how Atlas RPGs just play in the first place. They're some of my favorites. Ah! I do have personal, like complaints about the story and some of it's the writing and whatnot. Like the character growth can at times be, you know, locked behind social links, and that means that at times it isn't necessarily reflected in everything. Oh, There we go. I think that means I'm done. Yeah. Also, I should use this and just write down quickly. That means I've used 11 evade materials. Okay. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of Atlas RPGs in terms of game design of them. Just in general. Even if I do usually prefer, like, the proper Shin Megami Tensei ones. Or, like, Etrian Odyssey. I still enjoy Persona quite a bit, because they're still pretty well designed as turn-based RPGs. Let's tech my 5,000 Flowin' Swords. That one's got a 15% versus native animals. This one has nothing. This one has 20% against altered beasts. This one has nothing. %20 against native animals again. It was all Flowin' Swords, huh? 25% against machines. So I guess those are all actually kind of worse than the one I initially had, the one that I was still using. It's a 30% against machines. That's the highest modifier any of them have. I guess I'll keep the one that's good against native animals and the one good against altered beasts, but man. Huh. Oh right, I can't actually even sell them because you can't sell rares. So yeah. I can't even sell them. Well, actually, let's see if I can sell them, because I haven't seen them pop up in the store. Yeah, they don't even show here. So the only thing I can do to get rid of them is just drop them on the ground. Yeah, that's the Halloween event. You can pick one of the 4 areas and just fight an absurd amount of enemies for that area. Wait, I'll probably have to talk to the guy who let me in first. There we go. 10,000 to set up for completing it as well. But anyways, what I was intending on doing to finish off things before the brief retreat into episode 3. So I mentioned a while back when beating Dark Falz that Dark Falz on hard specifically has an additional form. So let's go do that. Let's just run through all of right. Top off everything I have. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and also check here. What I'm looking for specifically a resist saint or resist light even. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do a hard mode run of ruins. and then just solo Dark Falz. As mentioned, as a way... Hadn't... Right. Just leave it there. Yeah, just... do a run that's pretty level and, like, equipment appropriate. Sort of. I'm still kind of over-leveled for this, but... it's also the part of the game where, like, your gear starts mattering a lot more than raw levels. It's hard to say because, like, as mentioned, with how much your gear starts to matter, like, it can vary quite a bit. If you get a decent rare, like, you could probably tackle it really early, like level 40. Definitely. It is notably a lot harder than everything else on, than, like, forests, mines, and caves. It's notably harder than all three of them. So, like, admittedly, even if you can pretty reasonably handle forest, like, everything else in episode 1, ruins itself can still give quite a bit of trouble. Yeah, as mentioned, one of the big reasons why I'm doing this here instead of in Towards the Future is just because, you know, more chances to get stuff specifically from ruins. Admittedly, I'm not really trying to get anything in specific, just... in terms of, like, most stuff that I could get, it'd generally be pretty solid. But nothing in specific. The most specific thing I'm hoping for is just, like, a good unit that gives a light defense. But that's just whatever. Really? The main enemy that uses light-based attacks? Dark Falz' third phase. It has one attack that you cannot avoid. And the only way you can deal with it is by boosting your light defense. I don't remember other enemies that are light element or do any light element stuff, but that's just kind of the biggest reason why you want light defense, is explicitly just, this is an unavoidable attack. So, just... It specifically casts grants on you. And one of the other fun tricks of Phase 3 Dark Falz is like, it casts like a rapid fire Megid at you, I believe. Which is, the only thing you have to worry about normally is damage. But as soon as you get to the higher difficulties, that thing is instant kill. You do have to have, like, you do have to meet specific, you do have to meet, like, specific dark defense levels on high difficulties. Like, I believe very hard it actually does start to be a thing you have to worry about. On hard, you don't really have to. And on Ultimate, you definitely have to. So basically, another thing about how Dark Falz works is that it's also a fight in which your physical defense doesn't matter in the slightest. Because Dark Falz, all of its physical attacks do set damage for the difficulty. So it's basically like, this attack does 50 damage. That's it. There's no decreasing it. There's no increasing it, there's no decreasing it. It is just... So all you need to care about is the elemental damage that Dark Falz does. So basically, increasing your magic... like, increasing your different elemental defenses and whatnot is kind of the way to go if you need to increase your defense for that fight. That was accidental, but hey, it works. Generally, especially once you get to grinding bosses on, like, Ultimate, you generally do start to get into, like, okay, this boss needs a specific build, like, to make sure you can survive some of its stuff. And then you start getting into, like, quick kill builds for things. Olga Flow is interesting that... Olga Flow in the first place, in terms of building for fighting Olga Flow, is that Olga Flow doesn't actually have an attribute for you to go after. But I actually don't remember. It might be light. Physical and light. Though admittedly, like, a lot of Olga Flow stuff is like, dodge this or die. And then I have zero clue about the episode 4 stuff. Though I think that might once again be, like, some light element things. Oh, zero slot protect frame. Completing episode 4 is admittedly part of the reason why I decided to stream Phantasy Star Online. Why I decided to stream the whole franchise is because, like, each game has something about it that is like, I want to see this specific part through to the end, and I never did it personally, so this is a way of sort of forcing myself to be able to do that, to set aside time for that specifically. Hard to say right now, thinking about it, like... It's probably the gibbons, specifically the ones that can freeze you. Wow. That's specifically the reason why things that can freeze you are probably, like, least favorite enemies that I have. But with the gibbons, like, they generally seem to be surprisingly evasive at all times. Weirdly hard to hit. Rabarda is always, well, E-Barda is always, like, longer range than you think it is. So they just back off a little, and, like, you have a bit of trouble hitting them, they back off, and then they like a bunch of them suddenly start Gibardaing you. And then, of course, like, you have, like, the Sinnozoas and Sinnozellas. Wait, was this a teleporter here? Okay, it was. Oh, it was to nothing important, though. I should have kept all my flowing swords to use as breadcrumbs. But yeah, other, like, most annoying enemy, like, probably would be the Sinnospiegels and the Sinnozellas, just because of them being able to unequip you. And because of them doing the whole, like, go invisible and teleport away thing. So in some cases, they will take one hit and then be invincible for a bit. Well, if the message is over here, that implies that probably is further down, further south. I can definitely tell you what my least favorite boss is, though. It's Gold Dragon. Weirdly hard to hit. Turns invincible, like, just regularly. Just teleporting forward slightly, throwing off your attack strings. Hits with, like, every element. Has extremely large hitboxes that are pretty hard, that can be hard to dodge on a lot of its attacks. Always seems to have more health than you expect, too. And then it does the whole, like when it gets low on health, it spawns additional ones. Yeah, Volop's shock stuff is pretty obnoxious, but I generally think that fight is, like, fairly, like, interesting enough to make up for it. It's also admittedly a remarkably easy fight. It's just pure gimmick to it. But I just think that the gimmick is kind of neat. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Well, I got to ruins too. I can just teleport back there instantly. So I didn't run into it because I did the tower properly for Seed of the Heart. But from what I recall, Epsilon, the boss for the tower, I think is a Volop reskin. Coinciding with how, like, you also have the VR bosses, which are just reskins and reworks of the other bosses from episode 1. Did that have any slot? Nope. It's the worst feeling of, like, when you want to upgrade your armor and you keep seeing stuff drop that's a higher level, but has no slots in it. Oh! What I picked up might be just a Club of Laconius. No, I'm just gonna teleport back while I'm panicked. Let's see what I got. Oh, eh. Already had a DB Saber. Did this one even have any... No, it's 15% versus Machine and Dark, which... It's less focused than the one that I have, because that was, yeah, just 30% against Altered Beasts. Well, oh. Wait, right, I was here to sell the perfect ring. You changed your stock. Nope. Well, not to anything worth getting. Thanks for joining in. God, it holds on to the panic for so long. The only bad thing about when I do return to PSO2, well, PSO, after episode 3, is going to be the fact that... Okay, so this General Shield is better for more resistances, but is worse otherwise. The Imperial Barrier, a couple levels off of equipping. It'll be better mostly all around. I'll just hold on to that. And these general armors, 1 slot and 0. Worthless. Might as well just pick these up, head back, and just sell them immediately. Yeah, the worst thing about when I'm going to be returning to, like, after the slight episode 3 break to experience the story of that is going to be once I get to episode 4, it's going to be a return to doing all that stuff on normal, because once again, government quests. Store that for now. So it's just going to be basically just a return to, oh right, here's the land of no rares. Which direction do I go in? I mentioned before that Olga Flow, like, even at my current level, Olga Flow's, even on normal, single player, like, set for just one player on normal, still a threat. Still does a lot of damage. Still has moves that are just, like, flat out, like, evade this or die. Really cool boss fight, really fun one, but me soloing hard mode Olga Flow, it's gonna be a while. Eventually, when that happens, I'll be able to see Olga Flow's final form, which I think is just, it gets back up. Also, because we're in single player, those switches that you have to stand on and hold down for, like, have 4 players hold down, or just single player, like, you just press, you just step over them. Come on. Go. Peter might be okay to have. There's the message, so that tells me that the path to progress is this way. Oh, pressed that by accident, but admittedly that's helpful to just lay a telepipe down every now and then. Ow. Again. He's gonna try and run over me again. Yep. I like the one just poking up above everything else. Just, I want to see him. I want to see him. You're in the way. Hey, level 52. I do really enjoy the Zeo. It's again just Atlas Brain. Well, SMT Brain specifically. But I really enjoy that Zonda can just direct you at the enemy like that. Just turn you around in its direction. Come on. Get out from behind there. You're just making this hard on both of us. I haven't at all fed my mag this entire session. Should do that. Right now I'm mainly focusing on just leveling, like... I'm trying to focus mainly on leveling Dex, because... That's the wrong thing. Because, to get my Evo at level 100, because that's when my mag will evolve next. It's, I believe, like, I forget, for the 4th Evo, it happens at level 100, the 3rd happens at level 50, and I forget what the 2nd and 1st are. Well, I forget what the 2nd is. First is the start. But basically, at level 100 and then every 10 levels after, that's when it checks if your mag meets the requirements to evolve into its 4th form. And the thing with that is that it's also based around it's based around what class you are and what ID you have. So as a hunter with Skylie, I have to specifically have defense, and it needs to be at a point where defense and... Right, I'm just in the doorway barely. It has to have defense and attack be equal to Dex and power. Well, Dex and wisdom. So because my wisdom is 0, and my defense is accidentally very high. I have to basically focus on nothing but upgrading my decks, and then try and pace it out so that I can make sure that I meet the specific requirements, like on a multiple of 10. Oh, didn't want to pick that up. Didn't want to pick that up either, but... Okay, well actually, I probably should have that Zillur be a higher level. Level 8 Zillur might actually be worth it. Right, I should get the... I should get the saucer, attack, well. General armor, 0 slots, so might as well just drop it. You know, thinking about it, I think photon blasts are actually specifically light elements. That would actually explain why things can resist photon blasts so much. But if something specifically has a lot of light resistance, then yeah, a photon blast wouldn't do much to it. Ooh, escape doll. And the bull claw immediately captures me as soon as it spawns. Oh god. What the hell happened to my health? Imperial armor, it's decidedly high level, but 0 slots. You know, fighting these Del Sabers did remind me that, right, their shield is actually a drop. I don't know if it's on this difficulty that I could get it, though. It's a monster material, so I'd have to go convert it into an actual thing, but eh. Endless claws. Might as well store that level 10 Zillor for later. Just see if this Imperial armor is different from the one I picked up. Nope. This general armor, nope. Oh, my cat's harassing me again. He's telling me it's snack time, so I'll go make sure that he has a snack. Turns out my cat was more thirsty than treat hungry. So it took him a bit for him to get distracted by treat long enough for me to give him his insulin. His focus is easily broken when he's drinking, but when he's eating treats, it's very hard to break his focus. Oh, free evade material. That'll bring me to 12? It's gonna suck when I learn that, oh, I had one that I actually didn't account for. That was like off stream too, like probably like I did it off stream and like didn't actually write it down. Aha! Damn it. Use my escape doll. Because I got sniped from all the way across this map from a gunner. Look at him over there. It's so long range that its laser isn't even showing up. Oh, there we go. Hopefully after finishing off these last two things, the path forward will open, and it'll be placing me right in Ruins 3. General Shield is not great for right now. Reminds me, I did actually learn the reason why my mag stopped doing the invincibility thing as often. It's because of sync rate. Sync rate determines how often your mag will do an ability when it reaches a specific trigger. Oh. This isn't gonna hit it. And it didn't blow up while I was doing the animation, so I could do an invincibility through it. Oh, it did blow it up. Okay, good. Here we go, Ruins 3. Ooh, resist Blizzard. That's pretty high ranking resist ice. Storm. Glorious Shield. What am I currently equipped with? Protect Barrier. Glorious Shield might be better than that. I accidentally picked up this. Yeah, Glorious Shield is... yeah, it's a flat upgrade in every way. Okay. Currently thinking... admittedly, okay, wait. Oh. But, wait, that was just a box room. Dang. My usual idea of just following the messages proved wrong for once. Well, there was a message in here then. But no, I'm just mainly right now thinking of like, so I'm currently approaching the end of Fear, which of course, what's not going to be done with Fear just yet, in terms of other things I've been playing on stream, because Fear also is going to have its 2 expansion packs, but those aren't going to take too long. Those might even be like 1 session each. But like, big thing is for those 2, well, for that is I'm just thinking of like what I'm going to be doing after Fear, and for that matter, like also starting to think about what to do next after Shadow Hearts. I'm not going to go directly into Covenant. I might have mentioned it before, but there's enough little emulation stuff, like little emulation problems with Covenant and From the New World that I do kind of want to see if any PS2 emulators kind of figure that out first. The PCSX2 can figure that out, give them time to. And also, like, take a small break from Shadow Hearts, do another game in between. I've got a lot of time before Penny Blood releases anyways. That's like, what, 2025? Valiant Frame. Might as well head back to sell some things. But yeah, so I'm just like tossing ideas around in my head for like what I should be doing. I might as well just get rid of that. King Saucer. Steals, its special attack and steal experience. It's probably better than my current Saucer, actually. Looking at the attributes for it. Blizzard Repeater. Only Altered Beasts. And Repeater's only a rank, only a tier 3. I'll resist light, honestly. At this point, you know, any port in the storm. I shouldn't have bought so much before checking, but I don't need it right now, but very specifically, it'll be helpful for when fighting third form of Dark Falz. And I'll keep the Resist Blizzard on me for now, because of Dark Falz also liking to cast Rabarda a bunch. Right. Need that, and I actually don't need that. Valiant Frame 0. Never mind. I'm not even gonna get money from it. I don't respect it. You come at me with 0 slots at this point in the game. Yeah, the King Saucer is gonna be pretty solid. Perfect frame. What does it have? 0 slots. Yeah, with thinking about like what turn-based game I'm gonna do next. Got a bunch of thoughts for that. Oh, hello, cat. Hello, Hector. This time he's just showing up to be affectionate, because he is grateful for a treat. But yeah, with just basically thinking through like a bunch of different options though for what to do. There's of course the realm of like I could go back to Final Fantasy. I could do something slightly adjacent to Final Fantasy in multiple different directions. I could go with Trails in the Sky. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think. Oh, kitty hopping up. Hopping up. No, that's not what I wanted. No! There. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with Trails in the Sky, honestly, because I do need to play that, and I might as well fast-track my way through that, because a whole shitload of Trails games are releasing in the West soon. They just recently confirmed that Trails to Azure, well, or was it Trails from Azure in the localization? I forget. But Azure is releasing in March, because that's the sequel to Zero, which just released. The 2 PSP games, they're releasing so close, and then in summer we're getting Trails to Reverie, which the reason why all of these are happening so close is entirely because, well, we need the 2 Crossbell games, the PSP ones, for Trails to Reverie to kind of work, because it is wrapping up the storyline from those too, alongside the Cold Steel series. So we're getting, like, in rapid succession, a ton of Trails games. So I kind of do need to actually play through them. Then eventually we may be only like, what, like 5 years behind, like, Trails from Black releasing? The newest series? With any luck, we'll only be like 3 years behind. Maybe 2. Because Trails from Black 2 just released in Japan. Don't want to go here. But yeah, other options I was thinking was like Xenosaga next. Start up all of the Xenosaga trilogy. But yeah, with what I'm gonna replace Fear with once I'm done with that, it's itself a pretty big question though to me. It's like, it's basically like, do I go with Half-Life or do I return to Halo? I'm thinking I'm returning to Halo. Oh, big kitty laying down. Ooh, 3 slots. That's actually worth keeping on that Valiant frame. That Valiant frame is worth keeping. It's not 4 slot, but 3 slot is good. Man, why do cats have to be so cute and emotive? I was thinking, well, I'm doing this walk back. Maybe I should just check to see if the... Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to verify if I was right. Persona 4 Marie Dungeon. The Hollow Forest. Background music is Memories. Yes, it is. Those are the only notes I need to hear. So I was correct. I know my Persona music, entirely based around the fact that it had similar motifs. It used the motif, a recurring motif from Persona 4's music. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but that was because of the private server creators here. The people behind Ephinea were the ones who did that. It wasn't in Blueburst. Blueburst did not get a Halloween event where they used Persona 4 Golden music. It did not last that long. Because I believe Persona 4 Golden was also like still before Sega bought out bought out Atlas. Before Index collapsed. God, so a fucked up thing. So I don't know if I've ever mentioned it on stream, but so I'm the exact sort of person who like I might have mentioned it on stream because I went for all the achievements in Final Fantasy 1 just because they were just kind of right there in front of me, so why not? But like, I'm the exact sort of person who like PlayStation trophies appeal to, and I will go for the platinum in like almost every game I play, especially if it's a JRPG. Especially if it's a JRPG. So like, been looking at the re-release of Persona 4. I know that with the re-release on PS5 of Persona 5 Royal, that I'm gonna get the platinum for that game again. It'll be the 3rd time I platinum Persona 5. But like, the Persona 2 Portable and Persona 3 Golden... Well, I got the numbers completely wrong. The Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden HD releases on, like, PS4, like, PS5, I think they're gonna be on. I've gotten the platinum for Persona 4 Golden on Vita, and I can't wait to get I see that release coming on the way, and I'm like, I can't wait to get the platinum in this again. A good excuse to play through all of the game again. Same with Persona 5 Royal, basically. That's really the thing for, like... That's really the thing for getting the platinum on games I've already beaten before. Like, doing it again is it's like, well, this is an excuse to do it again. I'll spend the money to play this again, because I don't have much else that I'm looking forward to at the moment. I'm willing to justify this for myself. And hey, I could have 3 Steelbook copies of Persona 5. I could go the extra mile and then also get the Steelbook for the Switch release, and have 4 Steelbook copies of Persona 5. All on different platforms, like all different versions of the game, or on a different platform. No overlap. Because I got Persona 5 when it released, and then I got so I got the Steelbook from that. I did actually get the like Phantom Thieves edition, or the collector's edition for Royal, because of it coming with the mask. It came with Joker's mask. That like was the entire reason why I got that version. And then, yeah. I've been just seeing the fucking, like, the, like, Steelbook for the Switch release and the PS5 release just on the shelves at the local GameStop, and it's like, oh boy. I could own so many Steelbooks of this one game. Sometimes a dumb idea gets into my head about a thing I could do and I could own. And I kind of want to go through with it. I did stop owning like 3 copies of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy each, at the very least. At one point in time, I owned 3 copies of Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2. Because I had both of them on PS3, on 360, and on Steam. But now I just own all 3 games in that trilogy on both PS3 and Steam. But yeah, like I said, sometimes a dumb idea gets into my head of how many copies I can own of the game. That's why I still have both of my copies of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I have it for both the PS4 and PS5, and a physical copy of both. The fucked up thing is I don't actually have that much money either, so this is like me explicitly going like, yes, I will use what little money I have to own one game 5 times. Admittedly, if it was just digital, then that'd be nothing. If it was just like bigger releases for this stuff, that'd be ultimately nothing. I wouldn't care. I don't really care for that. Does this have better slots? Only 2. Yeah, it's just like I said, it's that fun thing of just like, sometimes just like, man, I could own like this game on 4 different platforms, 3 different re-releases. The actual trick to me, by the way, is that, like, my favorite genre is turn-based RPGs. My cat is now trying to take a swing at me. And, like, my favorite games out of those are generally going to be Atlas-made, because of mechanical stuff. And I like the tone of SMT and whatnot. And Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is my all-time favorite franchise. Also, the Etrian Odyssey games are up there for all-time favorite franchise. For me. But, like... So, there is that part of me internally that wants to own physical copies of, like, every Final Fantasy game. I'm so lost right now. Sorry, Miser raises everything, so I might as well just use this a couple times. I'm not in threat of running into an unintended stat going up, so I'm just going to use it to raise IQ and sync ratio. Okay, so let's just see. Let's check the map. So I want to head to this room here. But yeah, like I said, there's just that temptation within me to be like, what if I owned every version of every Final Fantasy? Like, physical versions of them all. Or at the very least, like, the initial release of all of them. So, like, I would just have Final Fantasy 4 on the SNES, basically, instead of Final Fantasy 4 on the SNES, DS, GBA, and PSP. Because once again, I'd only be counting physical stuff for this. There's distinctly a part of me that even though I only really play PSO on Blueburst on the private servers, there's a part of me that's like, I want to own a physical copy of Episode 1 and 2 for the GameCube. Just to say I can. Say I do. Just to nostalgia it up and play it on original hardware instead of running it on Dolphin. And do that as a way of, like, having the, like, even the potential for, like, hey, let's get a, like, group together of 4 people and see if we can just do all of Episode 1 in a single night. Like, they're just me and my friends. Because of the GameCube release having split-screen multiplayer. Stole my kill. I did get less experience for it because he stole my kill. Yeah. Also, like, I mentioned a bunch, but it's kind of funny to me how, like, I'm a huge fan of Phantasy Star post-online. Phantasy Star Classic means nothing to me. There's a part of me that dreads the idea of eventually playing Phantasy Star Classic outside of Phantasy Star 4. Because I know that Phantasy Star 4, like, I've heard a lot of things that Phantasy Star 4 is, like, up there for one of the greatest classic JRPGs. So, like, I'm actually genuinely super interested in playing that. But, like, Phantasy Star 2 doesn't really interest me. Phantasy Star 3? Ugh. I've heard things. The game that apparently you can soft lock yourself in, like, the first town. Because it was very... Basically, it had a very distinct, like, big brain idea with the whole, like, generation thing. That it's a generational game and a generational RPG, and you determine your characters' relationships. That way you determine what the successive generations are going to be like. Who you're playing in successive generations and, like, what their stats are, what they even look like. I think there even is, to some extent, like, what their name is determined by this. Like, technically who their character is. Like, I think I remember there being something like, oh yeah, if you pick this specific pairing for this character, then you're actually playing as the sister and not the brother. Or stuff like that. I think I remember hearing that there was... I think I remember reading something like that. The game is not the best documented out of the classic Phantasy Stars because it's the bad one. It is distinctly the bad one. It is the one that was so poorly received that they didn't call Phantasy Star 4. They didn't put a number in Phantasy Star 4 as a title originally. They called it End of the Millennium. I'm guessing that's a Brave Knuckle. Considering that it dropped from a Chaos Bringer, and my Brave Knuckle dropped from a Chaos Bringer before. Yeah, it is. So, hope it is gonna have better attributes on it then. Might as well check right now, actually. I keep pressing the wrong key. Right in front of that, though, like... So yeah, with... Yeah, with, like, Phantasy Star 2, I'm gonna be playing the, like, PS2 remake. Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah, that's actually better. I'll store my current Brave Knuckle. But yeah. But yeah, like I was saying though, like... Ow. Get back here! Yeah, like, Phantasy Star 3, from everything I've heard, is like, it had one big brain, really neat idea, and then as a result of them struggling to work that through, they basically had no time to work on the rest of the game. And the generational stuff was, I think I remember hearing that that's also still pretty half-baked in how it works. Still not really a good implementation of it. But yeah, like I said though, like I'm a big fan of Phantasy Star post online, so I might as well use this now. But yeah, with tomorrow's stream, today's technically because it's now 2 in the morning. So I'm going to be starting up Phantasy Star Episode 3, well, online Episode 3, and thinking about that is that, like, I am actually going to, before I start, have to look up some documentation on how the story structure system works. Just to make sure I start on, just to make sure that, like, whatever I start with, I know that I wanted to. I know we'll have the correct ending. So I remember there being some stuff about that. That you, because of you having to do both sides, that it does, like, it is kind of, I think I remember it being suggested that, like, I think I remember being like, you do the side you don't want to have be your true ending first. I think. I might be completely wrong, though. Because this is vague memories based around, like, looking at, like, flow charts, when the flow charts were all that was there for, like, info on the story missions. It might be more freely accessible to switch between sides than I'm even thinking, though. Because Episode 3 is going to be completely blind for me. By the way, it is kind of fun that, like, Orlando and Break were the two big characters shown in the, like, prologue side story, when they're not really the most important characters in episode 3 anyways. Like, technically, your most important character is going to be your player character who you make. Which, guess what? My player character is going to be a Humar who looks exactly like this. I'm just going to stick with words. Wait, I'm keeping that. And I can get rid of the Mind Saucer. But yeah, like, alongside that, there are other major NPCs in that game that I understand are like, this is like kind of the main character of the game. Okay, I should be good to go for Dark Falz. With Resist Blizzard, I'm not gonna need Resist, I'm not gonna need Resist Light until the final phase. Let's place a teleporter here. So, while I'm sitting here, I'm going to quickly look up a thing. PSO music. Background music and song titles. So, the track that is playing right here is The Nearest Place to Heaven, Part 1. I do like how, as this track is going, it's getting slight distortions in it, and slightly more sinister. It's less peaceful as it goes, just hinting at the underlying darkness. Cat hopped off the couch. Oh. And now, it switched to The Place Nearest to Heaven, Part 2. Wait, is it The Place Nearest to Heaven? Yeah, Place Nearest to Heaven, Part 2. I'll take these hits while looking that up. The amount of Darvants you need to kill to switch phases is entirely just based on difficulty. Higher the difficulty, the more you need to kill. Now, the song that is playing is... Damn it. The biggest problem with dealing with these Darvants is entirely just trying to hit Dark Falz with a single target weapon when they're about. But this is Pray for Idola. It's Pray for Idola the Distorted. Worth mentioning that the names of the boss themes for episode 2 for Ogaflow were Idola have the Immortal Feather for part 1, the elevator bit, and Idola have the Divine Blade. But yeah, this one is Pray for Idola the Distorted. By the way, little thing that's a bit hard to spot, but if you look at the like more humanoid part of Dark Falz up near the top there, its left arm has a red ring on it. Just being, that is there to be like explicitly like, yes, this is, that human little bit there is explicitly Red Ring Rico's mutated body. probably should just be using a railgun for this. Ow. Oh, that was actually close. That would have almost made me use a escape doll. Well, from where I am. No other option here. I'm almost out of dimates, and that's going to be a very, very bad time for the final phase. Yeah, you can see that it's just got mutated bodies on it. It's got the mutated body of Rico on it. And that's part of how it's trying to evolve. It's integrating other beings into itself. Why I equipped the unit for defense against ice. To hopefully help deal with getting frozen and take less damage from it. Because dodging these attacks is, yeah, it's a big ask for me. I have no idea how to do it right now. Oh. I should probably just be using Resto right now. My magic isn't going to go to much other than just healing. Come on. Yeah, refoil me. I am still pretty over level for this, that's why I'm able to just kind of breeze through it. And just heal through everything, just face tank everything. Though admittedly, like, some of this is like, how do you dodge it without that? Yeah, so, because we're on hard mode though, and it collapses, poor Dark Falz breaks free from everything else of it. And now the track that's playing is Cry for Idola the Holy. Ow. Yeah, that attack does set damage. It hits you if you are close, like to the center of the ring. When it's glowing like that, it's invincible to everything but magic. Now it's going to be firing Maggot at us. That's what those are. On higher difficulties, those have a chance of killing us. I should equip. Switch out that for resist light. That is Grant's. It is undodgeable. And yeah, as it's glowing, it cannot be hit. But yeah, this is Dark Falz' true form, effectively. It absorbed enough power from other things that it was able to essentially, like, transcend its, transcend the forms, like, the, like, bodies that it absorbed. It's invincible now for a moment. So, this fight is this phase of the fight is particularly annoying to solo. Because, hey, it moves around a lot. It moves around a lot and shifts to being invincible every now and then. So there's no guarantee that you'll be near it when it's not invincible. So, hey, this is a nice opportunity to enjoy a lot of Cry for Idola the Holy. Hopefully it knocking me down meant that it didn't smack me. Yeah, this kind of arena design is very much a Phantasy Star staple from this point on. The whole running across magic glyphs kind of suspended in space. It's really fucking cool, admittedly. I gotta give the credit for that. It's a fantastic final boss, like, setting. So yeah. This is why, ultimately, you are using ranged weapons for this phase. If you, like... So the idea, if you have 4 players, is you can kind of stand where it will be and stand in quadrants and wait for it to show up where you are, and just switch to your ranged option when it's not. Just kind of just shoot at it passively. But when it pops up, and then you just wait for it to pop up next to you and you switch to your melee option. That smack it does, by the way, is, I mentioned it, it is just set damage. You cannot resist it. Like, you cannot increase your defense against it. Yeah, this is the annoyance. There are ways around this with melee weapons. Like, there are some melee weapons that the way that they do their elements for their special attacks does count as a magic skill. I believe that is generally the case with elemental stuff. It does pierce this sort of invincibility. So yeah, I can use a Zonda to get a bit of damage in on it. Overfoy does more. Yeah, Techers have a good life in this fight, to be honest. Because they also have, like, the best natural magic defenses, too. So admittedly, they probably have more of a struggle outside of this phase. Yeah, it's still like, damn. What a good life that must be. Also, popped up in front of me and get a couple of big, really big hits in. It's a really cool set piece for a fight, and god, the music is awesome. And like I said, that grants the literal only thing you can do about it is just increase your holy resistance, your light resistance. Ow. Yeah, I'm not going to try chasing it around. I'm just going to try shooting at it from here. And then if it pops up next to me, then I'll switch to Brave Knuckle. Ow. Unfortunately, that Mega does enough damage that trying to evade the grants by just taking the last hit the Mega... Oh, hey, here's the fun thing. But yeah, trying to avoid the grants by taking the last hit of a Mega, a late hit from it, to take less damage. That isn't really a great idea just because... Oh wait, I think it just fired... Okay, it fired a tiny little ball at me. I think that's Megan. But anyways, the rapid fire thing that it does. So that tiny little Megan that it fired at me on higher difficulties, that's instant kill. It does nothing. So we'll probably see just a tiny little... Those projectiles aren't Megan, I think. They might be. But... yeah, it just fires like... But anyways, this thing that it's doing now is a lifelink. Every time we damage it, we take damage. Hooray! So yeah, that little thing that it shot at us after we were lifelinked, when the camera shifted upwards, that was Megan, I believe. Goddamn lifelinking me. Okay, I believe when it smacks you, it actually does get rid of the lifelink, though. Yeah, a way around it is like if you're in a party, everybody else like paces out their damage to make sure that they're not killing you, and you're just focusing on healing yourself, basically. Thankfully, I can out-heal what it does pretty easily. Out-heal my own damage. Yeah, that... Okay, yeah, that is... I almost guarantee that's Megid, and that, like I said, is... That's actually that's not something to worry about right now. Ow. That's not something to worry about right now. So another way around that lifelink is like later game drain weapons that heal enough to offset how much you're taking. Those orbs might also be Megid, for all I know. Watch this just kill me if it hits. It won't. Dark Falz already moved. Yeah, I'm willing to take that damage and just heal from it. I don't know why I'm even moving. It's gonna hit me. Ow. There, it removed its lifelink. Now get back here. Get into fucking punching range. Let me punch you. Or you can just stay there? Yeah! Punched it. And with that, Rico's soul is freed. Instead of just the ring dropping, her soul outright leaves, meaning that you saved it, that you properly freed her in hard mode. Hey, I gained a level 2. Might as well check if that has... Yeah, it's 0 slots. Fuck you. I'm leaving you here. Sheer anger I hold towards a 0 slot piece of equipment. And it only dropped money. I just autopiloted making that up. Ooh, 3 slot perfect brain. So that'll be something to switch to before I get before I go to the Valiant frame too. Yeah, that was Dark Falz. On hard. Back to enjoying the jams. Let's just store those. I might as well take off the Resist Light for now. I'll just keep the Resist Blizzard on forever, because I hate getting frozen anyways, so I'll store that. Store the TV Restorate. But anyways, so, wrapping things up. Finally got to show off hard mode Dark Falz. And yeah. So today, Saturday, I will be, I'll be starting episode 3, Card Revolution. No, sorry, C-A-R-D Revolution. And in that, we'll be playing a card game. It's also more of a, like, tactics RPG, too. So, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. And it'll be a good look at things, how long after PSO is it supposed to be? Yeah, so episode 3. Let's just check the Wikipedia for it. It's set... Come on, are you going to tell me when it's set? How far after? 21 years after the events of episode 1 and 2. There we go. And yeah, we saw a brief timeline of events that lead into it with Blue Star Memories. But yeah, we will be taking that divergence into episode 3, doing the story in that, doing all of the story in that, before eventually returning back in time to experience episode 4. The one that they released after episode 3, because, let's face it, episode 3 wasn't that popular, and people fucking love original-ass PSO, so they made an extra episode for it, for the Blue Burst release on PC. So, hey! But anyways, so with that, thanks to everybody who joined in, as per usual, and catch y'all next time.